海不睡觉，但海的声音能让所有人睡着。今晚的故事是从海里捞上来的，你不用记住它，让它像潮水一样来了又走就好。
There is a place that sits beyond the edge of the known world, where the southeastern sea grows quiet and the water changes color. The maps from a world long before this one describe it carefully. They name it, mark its borders, note the quality of its rivers and the shape of its distant ranges. But no map can fully prepare you for the moment when the known land ends and this country begins, when the sea opens into something older than geography, older than the names we have given to winds and mountains and the directions of the sky. This is the land east of east, south of south. Stand at the threshold here and feel how the light sits differently on the water. It's not the sharp brightness you might know from an open coast. It's softer than that, warmer, slower in the way it moves. The light here seems to have been handled before it arrives, settled, somehow, as though it has passed through something careful on its way to you. The air carries warmth even before the sun has fully risen. This is the first thing you'd notice, the warmth arriving ahead of everything else, ahead of color and sound, and the gradual sharpening of shapes in the early morning. The warmth comes first, like the slow breath of something vast and sleeping just beyond the next ridge. And beneath that warmth there is a smell. It's difficult to name at first, not the salt-heavy smell of deep ocean, not the cold mineral smell of stone meeting tidewater. This is sweeter, softer, the way still water smells when it has been sitting in a warm place for a long time, gathering something, warmth, yes, but also a kind of fullness, as though the water itself has become more than water, as though it has been given something to hold. The text from that older world describes this country clearly, east of the southeastern sea, between the sweet waters, a woman's country, a mother's country. But that comes later. For now there is only this arrival, the threshold, the moment when the road from ordinary land has brought you here, to this particular edge, and the world you have been walking through gives way to a world that has been waiting, patiently, without urgency, in the way that ancient things wait, for as long as there have been suns to move across the sky. Take a slow breath. Notice how the air settles in your chest differently here. Heavier maybe, softer. The warmth of it has weight, and that weight is not unpleasant. It is the weight of somewhere safe, somewhere that has been tended. On the horizon, where the sea meets what lies beyond the sea, there is a line of color you might almost mistake for dawn, a pale amber glow, diffuse and unhurried, sitting low against the distance. It does not pulse or flare. It simply rests there, at the edge of the visible world, the way an ember rests in cooling ash. Warm, still, giving off its light without effort, without insistence. The sound that reaches you is the sound of water, but water heard from far away. A murmur more felt in the chest than heard by the ear. Rivers are moving out there, in that warmer country beyond the sea's last shore. They are running through reeds and soft grass, and beds of sand the color of old honey. They are carrying something, not rushing to carry it, moving with the ease of something that has made this same journey 10,000 times, and knows every bend, every stone, every place where the current softens and slows. The southeastern sea itself is calm. That's what strikes you. standing here. No sharp waves, no whitecaps. The water moves in long, shallow swells, unhurried in the way that very deep water is unhurried, as though the disturbances of the surface are so small, so brief, that the deep body of the sea simply doesn't register them. The surface shivers, the depths hold still. Birds move at the edge of your vision, not the quick, agitated movement of birds near a storm, but the slow turning arcs of birds that are not going anywhere in particular, that have nowhere they must be. They are here because the air is warm, and the water is gentle, and there is no reason to be elsewhere. The road you have walked to reach this point, the long road from the known world, is already behind you, already fading, the way a road fades when you stop needing it, when what lies ahead has become more real than the way you came. What lies ahead is the sweet water country, Ganshui, as the old texts name it, the land between sweet waters, the land of the woman called Xīhé, wife of Emperor Jùn, mother of the 10 sons. This is the place where the universe's oldest routine is carried out, morning after morning, in warmth and quiet and the particular tenderness of a mother at work. But you do not need to know all of that yet. For now, there is only this, the light that moves gently across warm water, the smell of something sweetly still, the low amber glow at the horizon that seems to breathe with a slow, enormous patience, and the sound, just barely there, of something very large being set carefully to rest. The world has a bedtime routine. You are standing at its threshold. The country ahead of you is wide and unhurried. The rivers that move through it move the way sleep moves, gradually, without announcement, carrying you further from the waking bank before you've quite noticed the crossing has begun. The mist that collects above those rivers in the early hours is thin and warm, nothing like the cold fogs of northern mountains. It rises slowly. It has no intention of dispersing quickly. It is content to hover, to soften the outlines of reeds and trees and low hills, to make the whole country seem as though it exists slightly outside the ordinary edges of time. This is what the region east of East feels like, slightly outside of time, not lost in time, not forgotten by time, just resting a little ahead of time's usual reach, the way the deepest part of sleep rests, ahead of the morning that will eventually come. The amber light on the horizon shifts, barely, just a slight deepening, a slight settling further into warmth. Something has moved, out there in the distant country. Something enormous has made a small, slow adjustment, the way a very large and very tired thing adjusts when it is finally comfortable. And the horizon holds the same warm glow, and the water continues its long, shallow breathing. Your body is aware of the warmth, even here at the edge. It moves from the outside in, through the surface of your skin, into the deeper places, into the muscles that have been carrying the weight of the walk, into the slow machinery of breathing and heartbeat, and the quiet electrical hum of a mind that is beginning, just beginning, to loosen its grip on the day behind it. The path into the sweet water country is clear. The ground softens slightly underfoot, not wet, not uncertain, just soft. The kind of softness that comes from centuries of warmth and stillness pressing gently down into the earth. The reeds at the road's edge move without wind. The water murmurs. The amber light holds. And so the road begins. The road carries you forward before you've quite decided to move. That is the nature of this place. It draws rather than demands. the way warmth draws the hands open, the way the smell of something sweet makes the breath come slower and longer, without any effort at all. The ground beneath your feet is soft and dark, the soil pressing back against each step like something that has been waiting to receive weight. Not the weight of burden, the weight of presence. The first thing you notice about the Ganshui, the sweet water, is not how it looks. It is how the air changes when you come near it. The air above an ordinary river carries something sharp. There is the mineral edge of wet stone, the cold breath that rises from moving water, the particular freshness that comes from depth and current, and the slow grinding of riverbed against rock. You know that air. You have breathed it near streams and beside rivers, that clean and slightly austere quality that reminds the body it is standing at the border of something. The air near the Ganshui is different. It is softer than river air. It is closer to the air of a warm room than to the air of an open waterway. There is a sweetness to it that is not the sweetness of flowers or of food. It is older than either of those things, simpler, something that belongs to the body's deepest knowledge of what comfort is. You breathe it in, and something in the chest releases, without instruction, without effort. The text does not use the word sweet carelessly. In the record, Dongnanhai Ganshui Zhijian, in the preface, the first quality given to this country, the first thing established before names or inhabitants or events, is the water. And the water is gan, sweet. The word carries more than taste. In old texts, gan is the sweetness of clean water as opposed to bitter water, the sweetness of freshness, of what is wholesome and good for the body. It is the word used for a deep, uncomplicated goodness, a goodness that does not need to be explained. The Ganshui flows slowly. That slowness is the first visible thing, the way the surface moves with such deliberateness that it is easy to miss at first, to mistake the river for a long and shallow lake. But it is moving. It is always moving. The color of the water is difficult to name exactly. It is warm in tone, not the blue of cold rivers or the gray of overcast streams, but something closer to the gold at the bottom of a shallow pool where sunlight has been resting all afternoon. A warmth that is a color, or a color that is a warmth. The two things are not separate here. The banks are low and gentle. There are no cliffs, no steep edges, no sense of the water having cut itself forcefully through resistant earth. The Ganshui does not force its way. It has always been here, and the land around it has simply settled into its presence. Reeds grow along both banks in long, soft arrangements, their tops moving in slow arcs, even when the air is still. They are pale green near the waterline and a deeper, darker green above, and where they meet they create a continuous, quiet rustling that is less a sound than a feeling, a texture in the air like the edge of sleep itself, that's soft and regular and slightly blurred. Mist collects near the surface in the early part of the day, not the cold mist of mountain mornings, not the gray fog that obscures and confuses. This mist is warm. It sits close to the water like something that is not quite ready to leave, rising only slowly as the light increases, and it gives the surface of the river a quality that is almost veiled, the way a room looks when the curtains are drawn against strong light. Everything still present but softened, the edges taken away. You can follow the river's edge and feel the warmth radiating from the water itself. This is unusual. Rivers are typically cooler than the land around them, a relief in heat, a chill in cold. The Ganshui is warmer, not hot. There is no steam, no scalding, warm in the way that a stone is warm when it has been holding sunlight all day, or the way a hand is warm when it has been resting quietly for a long time. The warmth comes from a depth you cannot see, steady and patient and inexhaustible. The text records this as the place between the waters, Shānhǎijīng, between the sweet water. The phrasing suggests the Ganshui is not a single thread, but a landscape of water, a country shaped by this particular sweetness, held between its banks the way a living thing is held between its own two hands. To stand here is to feel held. Your breath is slowed. There is no particular moment when this happened. It is simply true now that your breathing is longer and quieter than it was. The sweetness in the air does this. The warmth does this. The soft sound of the reeds and the very slow movement of the water does this. There are birds here, though they are quiet ones. They move through the tall reeds without urgency, and when they come to the water's edge, they stand there for long moments without apparent purpose, watching. The water watches back, or the water simply is, present in the way only very old and very patient things can be present, with nothing to prove and no need to announce itself. The taste of the water, if you were to cup a hand and lift it to your lips, would be the simplest and most complete thing. Not flavored, not perfumed, nothing added, just water, but water at its most itself. Clean, past the point of mere cleanliness, sweet past the point where sweet becomes a flavor and becomes instead a quality, the way good air tastes when you breathe deeply after a long time in a closed room. The word gone again. The water is named for what it does to the one who drinks it. It restores, it clarifies, it does not add to you. It returns to you what was there before the tiredness, before the dust of the road, before the long accumulation of days. The Ganshui flows from somewhere unspecified in the old texts, and towards something the texts call the Ganyuan, the sweet abyss, where it opens into a deeper stillness than even the river carries. But the river itself is not a mere path to that destination. It has its own life, its own character, its own way of being. Where the reeds grow thickest, the river slows further, and the surface becomes so still that the sky is reflected in it without distortion. The amber light of this country lies flat on the water, and for a moment the river and the sky appear to trade places, the warmth below, the depth above, and the reeds standing between them like the dividing line between one kind of peace and another. This is the water that was chosen. That is what the texts make clear in their quiet way. There are other waters in the world. There are rivers of great depth, rivers of great speed, rivers famous for their clarity or their mineral richness or their strange colors. There are holy waters maimed and guarded and visited for their healing. But this is the water chosen for the most important washing the cosmos performs each day. Xīhé, the mother of the 10 suns, comes here, comes to this water, to this warmth, to this particular sweetness that is older than any name given to it. The choice matters. It is not incidental that the suns are washed in sweet water rather than salt, in warm water rather than cold, in slow water rather than fast. Each quality of the Ganshui is a quality given to the light that passes through it. Each sun that is lifted from these banks and sent across the sky carries something of this water in its warmth. Perhaps that is what warmth is finally. Perhaps when you feel the sun on the back of your hand, or on your face at the end of a long afternoon, you are feeling the trace of the river that made it, the gone, the sweetness, the deep patient warmth that has no urgency in it, that holds without gripping, that gives without diminishing. The weight of your body is different now. You are aware of it more gently, not as something that must be carried, but as something that belongs to the earth, that wants to be in contact with the earth. The softness of the ground along the Ganshri's banks is an invitation, not a danger. The reeds move their slow arcs. The mist sits just above the water. The river continues. It does not hurry toward the abyss it feeds. It moves the way breath moves during sleep, continuous, unhurried, present without effort, serving its function without thought of the serving. Further along the bank, where the reeds give way to a long open shore of soft dark mud and pale grasses, the sound of the river becomes more audible, not louder, just clearer, a low, constant murmur that is almost a voice, almost a breathing, something between sound and silence that fills the space around it without pressing against anything. The path follows the water. It has always followed the water. There is nowhere else to go in this country, no road that leads away from the Ganshri for long before returning to its banks. The river is the country, the sweetness is the country, and the country continues, quietly, further on where the water opens and deepens, and where the stillness becomes something even older than the river that feeds it. The reeds thin ahead. The shore widens. The warmth increases by a degree so small that you notice it only because you have been paying attention. Because this place teaches attention by making it effortless, by giving the senses something so gentle and so complete that there is no need to reach or strain or search. Something opens ahead. The river is changing. The way it changes is gradual, unhurried, the way all things change in this country, without announcement, without drama, simply becoming more of what they already were. The water ahead is deeper, slower. The light rests on it differently. The water ahead is deeper, slower. The light rests on it differently. And then you see it. Or rather, you sense it first, the way you sometimes sense a large room before your eyes have adjusted to it. Something opens in the air. The reed beds fall away to either side, and the river, which has been moving all this time with that low and steady warmth, simply widens, deepens, becomes something other than a river, without ever ceasing to be one. This is the Ganyuan, the sweet abyss, the pool at the heart of the sweet water country. The old text names without elaboration, as if elaboration would diminish it. The shore here is soft, not muddy, soft in the way that old stone is soft, after 10,000 years of rain have smoothed every edge away. The ground beneath your feet holds you without effort, as if the earth here has been waiting a long time to carry something, and is glad of the wait. You stop at the water's edge. There is no urgency to go further. The abyss does not demand approach. It simply exists in the way that very old and very large things exist, without needing your attention, but willing to receive it. The surface of the Ganyuan is still, not the stillness of water that has stopped moving, but the stillness of water that has never needed to move. There is a difference, and you feel it here in the center of your chest, a settling, as if something you have been holding, some small and habitual tension, has recognized this place and decided to let go. The text says only that Xīhé bathes the suns here. It offers no description of the pool itself. It does not say how wide it is, or how deep, or what color the water holds at its center. It names the place and then moves on, the way the oldest texts move on, trusting that the reader will pause where the text cannot. So you pause. The color of the water is not easily named. Near the shore it is warm and pale, the color of clear water over white stone, with a faint luminescence that seems to come not from any light above, but from somewhere far below the surface. Further out the color deepens, not to darkness, not to shadow, but to something richer, like the color of amber held before a soft flame, like the color of late afternoon sunlight, filtered through 3 layers of thin silk. At the center, where the water is deepest, the color is beyond naming. It is simply light become liquid, warmth become weight, stillness given form. Your breathing has changed. You may not have noticed it until now. The way it slows, the way each breath reaches a little further down into your chest than the one before. The way the air here tastes of the same sweetness that runs through the river, only concentrated, only more fully itself. Breathe it in. There is no effort required. The Ganyuan is described in the old traditions as the place where the suns are bathed. What this means, what it truly means, takes a moment to settle into understanding. The suns are not objects placed into water the way a stone is placed into water. They are light itself. They are the source of the warmth that falls across every mountain, every river, every reed bed in the known world, and yet they come here. They are brought here. They are held in this water, in this sweetness, and they are washed. The enormity of this is not something you think. It is something you feel at the edges of your awareness, the way you feel a very large quiet, not by examining it, but by resting inside it. Around the edges of the pool, the reeds have given way entirely to open ground, smooth and low. No trees lean over the water here. Nothing casts a shadow. The light that rests on the Ganyuan comes from every direction, or from no direction. It is simply present. The way warmth is present inside a room where a fire has been burning all day and been allowed to settle to coals. The light is residual, patient. It does not perform. Further out from the shore, where the water begins to show that deeper amber color, you can see something that takes a moment to resolve, a kind of shimmer, regular and slow, like the breathing of something enormous and entirely at rest. It is not wind. The air here is still. It is not current. The Ganyuan does not move in any ordinary sense. It is simply the pulse of the water itself, the slow rise and fall of a surface that is alive without being restless. The old account places this pool in the outer wilderness beyond the southeastern sea, east of east, south of south. In that region the text calls the land of Xīhé. And yet the Ganyuan does not feel like wilderness. It feels like the center of something. It feels like the place that other places exist in relation to, the way all rivers exist in relation to the sea, the way all light exists in relation to its source. Time here is different, not absent. You still sense the slow movement of the light across the water, the gradual settling of the warmth as the day deepens. But time here does not press. It does not accumulate with the usual weight. Each moment rests in itself, complete, without leaning toward the next. This is what the oldest parts of the text seem to suggest, that certain places in the outer wilderness exist just beyond the ordinary run of hours, that they belong to a rhythm older and slower than the one that governs the world most people know. You might sit here. There is no reason not to. The ground at the water's edge holds the warmth of a long day. The sweetness in the air has reached all the way into your shoulders now, into the slow muscles along either side of your spine, into the quiet weight of your hands, The Ganyuan asks nothing of you. It simply continues to be what it is, deep, still, warm, beyond ordinary measurement, and this is enough. The texts that speak of the sweet abyss do not describe what happens to the light of the suns after they have been washed. There is a gap in the account, a silence the words do not fill. But sitting at this water's edge, watching that slow shimmer at the center of the pool, you sense that the light here is held, gathered, concentrated in the sweetness of the water itself. That the Ganyuan keeps something of every sun that has passed through it. That this warmth at the water's edge, this warmth that reaches your skin and your chest, and the quiet space behind your closed eyes, this warmth is not only the warmth of the day, it is the accumulated warmth of 10,000 baths, 10,000 mornings, 10,000 suns lifted and returned and lifted again. The Ganyuan holds all of it. The water is patient. The sweetness does not diminish with use. Each bathing leaves the pool exactly as it was, or perhaps exactly as it was and slightly more. More sweet, more still, more itself. A small bird crosses the far edge of the pool. You barely register it. Only the faintest movement at the corner of your vision. Only a shadow smaller than your hand crossing that amber water and then gone. Even this seems part of the same deep quiet. Even the bird does not disturb the stillness here. The Ganyuan absorbs everything into itself the way deep water absorbs sound, not destroying it, only making it gentler, only making it part of the larger silence. The depth of the pool is not knowable by looking. The old accounts do not offer a measurement. The name itself says only what is necessary. Abyss, deep place, the place beyond ordinary depth. What lies at the center of the Ganyuan far below that amber surface, far below the slow shimmer, this the text does not say. Perhaps no one has looked. Perhaps it is the kind of looking that cannot be done with ordinary attention, the kind of depth that can only be felt, the way you can feel the depth of a very long sleep before you enter it, a warmth and a weight, and a sense of something vast and entirely welcoming waiting on the other side of waking. The light over the Ganyuan is changing. It does not grow dim. Nothing here grows dim in any ordinary way, but it softens. The warmth on the water deepens by some quality that is not color and not brightness, only presence, only patience. Somewhere not far, though distance here is difficult to gauge, the sound of the ganshui continues, that low and sweet movement of water through reed beds, through the country that carries its name. The river feeds this pool. The pool holds what the river carries, and out of this held sweetness something extraordinary is made ordinary. The washing of light, the bathing of suns, the same small careful work done each day before the sky can begin again. The Ganyuan waits. It has been waiting since before the first sun rose. It will continue waiting long after you have risen from this warm shore and continued on the road, long after the last reed has bent and straightened in the passing of the day's end wind, long after the warmth of this ground has moved from your skin into your memory, into the slow dissolving quiet of sleep. The pool does not need you to witness it, but it is willing, and that willingness, that vast unhurried willingness, is itself a kind of rest. The road along the water's edge continues further on, past where the reed beds stem toward open ground, past where the shore curves and the light on the water changes again. Further along where the Ganyuan meets the first light of morning, the great tree waits. its branches holding something bright, something patient, something that has just been bathed. And in the space beneath those branches, beneath the light that has just been made clean, there is a presence that the text has been moving toward all along. She is the one who bathed it. Her name is Xīhé, and the sound of that name carries something of what she is. A softness at the start, an openness in the middle, a breath at the end. The records say she is a woman. They also say she is a goddess. These two things are not in tension in the world of the outer wilderness. A woman can hold the sun in her hands. A goddess can know her children by the small sounds they make when the warm water touches them. The text of the great southern wilderness, the Huáinánzǐ, places her here without ceremony. It does not announce her arrival. It simply says there is a country, and in that country is a woman named Xīhé, and she is bathing the suns in the sweet pool. The language is plain. The act is immense. This is often how the oldest documents speak of the most profound things, without fanfare, without ornament, in the same tone used to describe a mountain or a river bend. She is described first as the wife of Jùn, Emperor Jùn, whose domain is the sky's high center, whose court is somewhere above the place where weather forms. Jùn is a figure of enormous authority in these records, a sovereign of the cosmos, a being associated with the movements of stars and the governance of divine creatures, and Xīhé is his wife. This is a fact the text offers quietly, as though it were a simple thing. But the text does not dwell on Jùn. It does not describe their union or their court, or the splendors of his realm. It moves almost immediately from her title, wife of the emperor, to her work. And her work is not sovereignty, her work is not governance, her work is bathing. She has 10 children, each one is a son. There is something worth sitting with in that, the gap between her title and her days. She is the wife of a cosmic emperor. She is a divine being in her own right, a figure whose existence organizes the very rhythm of light in the world. And she spends her time at a pool, washing her children one by one, her hands moving through warm, sweet water with the care of someone who has learned exactly how to hold what is delicate without dropping it. The warmth you feel here, if you've been sitting quietly on this shore for a while, is something like that care. It's not dramatic. It doesn't announce itself. It simply continues. Xīhé belongs to a class of beings in the oldest Chinese cosmological records, who are defined not by power over others, but by the tending of something essential. There are divine figures who govern storms, who command armies of spirit creatures, who hold mountains in place. And then there are figures like Xīhé, whose function is care, whose title might be translated as keeper, or tender, or the one who makes sure the light is clean before it goes out into the world. The text does not rank these functions. It does not suggest that bathing is lesser than governing. It simply records, this is what she does. This is the shape of her days. Her days have a rhythm. This is perhaps the thing the records imply most clearly without stating it directly. The 10 suns are bathed one at a time, one sun rising to cross the sky, while 9 wait in the branches of the great fusang tree. Each day has a sun, each sun has a mother. Each night, or the time that feels like night in this place east of east, where the Ganyuan stillness marks something between the end of one light and the beginning of the next. Each of those times, Xīhé is here. Not sometimes, always. The records do not describe a day when she is tired, when she asks another to take the children to the pool, when the water is cold and the work is done perfunctorily. They describe a state of being, not a series of events. Xīhé bathing the suns is not something that happened once or that was observed on a particular morning by a particular traveler. It is the condition of the world. It is as continuous as the fact of the Ganyuan's depth. To say she has patience is to say almost nothing. Patience is a virtue for beings who have an alternative. Xīhé does not seem to have an alternative, not because she is compelled, but because this is who she is. She is the mother of the suns. The suns need to be bathed. The bathing is therefore the shape of her existence, and that shape does not feel like a constraint. It feels like water taking the form of its container, which is to say, it feels like belonging. You may have known something of that, the feeling of a task so thoroughly yours that doing it and being yourself become the same thing. The work that doesn't feel like work, because you cannot imagine not doing it. Xīhé at the pool, her hands in the warm water, is that feeling at cosmic scale. She is divine, yes, she moves through the outer wilderness east of east, in a country that does not appear on any ordinary map, beside a pool of impossible depth. But the motion of her days, the lifting, the washing, the setting to rest, is a motion known to any being who has cared for something smaller and brighter than themselves. Her divinity is not separate from her domesticity. This is the point the text seems to be making by not making it, by simply placing her at the pool without commentary, without elevation, without a chorus of attendants or a description of her radiance. She is a woman with her hands in water. She is also a goddess whose work maintains the order of light in the world. The text holds both of these things at once, because the text understands that they are not two things. They are one thing seen from different distances. Your breath is slower now than it was. The warmth of this shore, real or remembered, rests along your back and your shoulders, and there is no need to move from it. The name Xīhé appears in other records as well. In certain of these she is associated not only with bathing the suns, but with their ordering, their sequencing, the governance of their passage across the sky. Some readings make her almost the driver of a great celestial chariot that carries each sun on its daily crossing. These are different accounts, different layers of an old story that was told and retold across centuries and regions, shifting as it traveled. But the layer preserved in this entry, the layer the great survey of the southern wilderness chose to record, is simpler. And simplicity here is not poverty. It is concentration. What is kept is what mattered most. The mother, the water, the children, the bath. This is what the compilers of the Shānhǎijīng seem to find worth preserving across the long centuries between the world's beginning and the moment someone finally wrote it down. Not her power, not her splendor, her routine. And a routine, any routine carried out with full attention and full care, becomes over time a kind of sacred thing. Not because it is declared sacred, but because the repetition wears a groove, and the groove becomes a channel, and the channel carries something real. Xīhé's daily arrival at the Ganyuan, her lifting of the warm water, her hands moving over each small sun, this has been done so many times that it is no longer an act. It is a condition of the world. The suns are clean because she cleans them. The light is gentle because she has been gentle with it. The day arrives washed because it was washed. The land around the pool is quiet in the way that sacred places often are. Not empty, but settled. The reeds lean and hold. The water receives light and gives it back without urgency. Somewhere in the branches of the great tree, the waiting suns rest. And here at the water's edge, Xīhé tends them as she has always tended them, as she will continue tending them long past the moment when any traveler's attention turns to other things. Her presence here is not loud. She does not need to be witnessed to do her work, but there is something in the knowledge of her being here, at this pool, with this water, performing this care, that makes the place feel held. Held is the right word. The Ganyuan and its shores, the country of Xīhé, the whole eastern edge of the world that the text places beyond the southeastern sea, all of it feels held by the fact of her attention. As though the outer wilderness, wild and strange and full of creatures the records barely know how to name, is nevertheless within the reach of her care. The sun that crossed the sky today was bathed by her hands. The light that touched your face this morning was made gentle by her work, and now the day is ending, or something like an ending is occurring, and she is here at the pool still, or here again, moving through the dark beside the water with that unhurried certainty that belongs only to those who have never doubted that their work will be completed. The road that brought you here turns slightly, moving away from the open shore toward the great tree's shadow. The branches are full tonight. The light held in them is soft and very still. Further along this road, the tree grows closer and you can begin to hear something. Not a sound exactly, but the quality of a sound. A warmth at the edge of what you'd call silence. 10 suns, waiting in their branches, each one washed, each one set gently back to rest. 10. The number sits in the air here the way certain numbers do. Not large exactly, but full, complete in some way that 7 or 12 is not. 10 fingers, 10 days in the old week that turned before this one. 10 children of light, each one distinct, each one known by name to the mother who made them. The texts do not give us their names. That is not an omission. It is a kind of truth. Some things are known only to the one who knows them most deeply. Shīhé holds their names the way she holds their brightness, close and without display. But the number 10 remains. And standing here beneath the tree, watching the glow that moves and breathes among the branches, you begin to understand that 10 is not an abstraction. 10 is a weight. 10 is a routine that takes, by some accounts, 10 days to complete. One sun sent across the sky each day, the others waiting in the tree, resting after their bath, or waiting to be bathed. The cycle moving like a wheel that has no beginning you can point to, and no end you can see from here. 10 baths, 10 warmings of the water, 10 careful liftings, 10 careful settings down. The Shanhaijīng records the fact simply. She gave birth to 10 sons. Shangshi, she bore the 10 days. The word for sun and the word for day are the same. Each child is a day. Each day is a child. The cosmos does not make this distinction, and so Shīhé does not either. She bore 10 mornings into the world. What the text leaves open, and what the silence of this place quietly fills in, is the matter of their differences, because they are children, and children are never simply 10 units of a single thing. They are 10 things, 10 tendencies, 10 weights in the arms when lifted. Your breathing is slower now than it was when you first arrived at this road. That is not something you decided. It happened the way settling happens. The body finding its own level, its own depth. The warmth here does that. The stillness does that. Rest a moment in that settling. There's one, the text suggests through their silence, who rises readily, who has always been the first to step forward, to climb into the sky without hesitation. Brightness that leans toward the world it illuminates, that wants in some way that a sun might want, to be seen, to be useful, to warm the fields and burn off the morning mist, and stand high over everything at midday with a kind of completeness. Shīhé knows this one, knows the eagerness before it shows itself, knows to be ready. There is another who lingers, not out of reluctance. Nothing in this place is unwilling, but out of something more like depth, a sun that holds its warmth inward a little longer before releasing it, that rises slowly, that gives the horizon time to color before committing fully to the sky. The light of late winter or a very early spring, when warmth is present but not yet declared. Shīhé knows this one too, knows to give it time, knows that rushing it would be a mistake, not a catastrophic one, but the kind of mistake that a mother registers and files quietly away and does not repeat. 10 rhythms she has memorized the way hands memorize the shape of something handled daily. The weight of each child in the water, the temperature each prefers, and yes, they have preferences, even in a pool that is uniformly warm, uniformly sweet. One likes to be lowered quickly, one likes the slow approach. One turns in the water, one is still. 10,000 times she has done this. The number comes from no single text, but from the nature of the task itself. If the 10 suns have been taking turns crossing the sky since before human memory, and if each requires a bath before its journey, then the number of baths is not something you can easily hold in thought. It becomes the kind of number that functions more like a quality than a count, like saying the mountain has been standing for a long time, like saying the river has always been moving. Xīhé has bathed her children 10,000 times, and each time was this time. This is the patience the place is made of, not the patience of endurance, not the patience that grits its teeth and continues, but the patience of someone who has so thoroughly accepted the nature of a thing that acceptance is no longer the right word for it. It is simply knowing. It is the hands knowing, the water knowing, the soft first light of each morning knowing, in whatever way light can know, that it has been here before and will come again. The branches overhead hold them all tonight, all 10. They are not loud. They do not compete for space. There is a quality among them of, you might call it companionship, the warmth of one close to the warmth of another, the way embers keep each other alive in a cooling fire. They have been together since before the world needed them. They know each other in a way that only those who have waited together in the same tree, century after century, can know each other. There is one, smaller than the rest, or seeming smaller from here, which may not be a reliable measure. This one holds its light more closely. In the old stories, the ones that orbit this central account without being part of it, some of the 10 sons grew restless, grew tired of taking turns. There came a moment long after this one, when all 10 rose at once, a catastrophe of brightness, a burning that stripped the rivers and baked the earth. The hero Huáinánzǐ came then, with his bow, and one by one brought them down. But that is another time, and tonight it is not yet that time. Tonight they are here, all 10, and the catastrophe has not happened, and they are simply children resting in the branches of the great tree after the bath or before it, the wheel of the routine so steady that it doesn't much matter which. They are Xīhé's children, they are warm, they are resting. The one that seems smaller, perhaps it simply holds itself differently. Perhaps it rests closer to the trunk, in the part of the tree where the light pools and doesn't travel outward. You would not call it shy. Shyness is a human category and doesn't quite fit here. But there is something quieter about this one, something that stays. Xīhé tends to it differently than she tends to the others. Not with more care, she tends to all of them with complete care, which means she cannot tend to any with more. With a different angle of attention, a different quality of waiting when she lowers this one into the water. Your body is heavy now. It happens gradually in a place like this. The weight of the day collecting in your limbs, finding its way down through you into whatever you're resting against. That is not a problem. That is the body doing its own necessary work, the work of letting the day be complete. 10 children, 10 completed days. Each day when it ends, when the sun that has made that day returns to the tree and is bathed and set to rest, the day is complete. Not finished in the sense of having run out, but complete in the sense of having been fully what it was. The light was given. The warmth was given. The hours unfolded and were real. And now the child who made that day is clean and held and resting. That is what Xīhé has done 10,000 times. That is what is happening tonight. The sound you can almost hear, not quite a sound as was said earlier, but the quality of one is the sound of that completeness. The very soft, very low warmth of light at rest, of children settled, of a number that has arrived at its own fullness. 10, and each one accounted for and each one bathed, and the night beginning to do its own quiet work around them. You do not need to count them. Xīhé has already done that. She does not count them the way one counts objects to make sure none is missing. She knows each one the way you know a familiar voice in the dark, by quality rather than number. But she has counted, and they are 10, and all 10 are here. The road continues a little further. It leads toward the pool itself, toward the Ganyuan which you've already visited in thought, and which is different now in the night air, the sweet water carrying the warmth of 10 baths. The surface still, except for the very slow movement that deep water makes in the dark, breathing almost, the way anything living breathes when it thinks no one is watching. Xīhé is there, or moving toward there, or already turning toward the first of the 10 for tomorrow's ritual. The rotation never stops. It simply rests at different points in its own turning. And tonight the turning has brought the world to this place, to the tree full of quiet light, to the warm, sweet smell of the water, to the patience of a mother who has learned patience the way water learns the shape of stone, slowly, and by returning to it again and again, until the two are indistinguishable. 10 suns, 10 days, 10 careful, unhurried, complete repetitions of the most important ordinary task in all the world. The road moves on. There is still the ritual itself to witness, the water, the lifting, the washing of light. Further along, the pool is visible through the reeds, and the first warmth of the water reaches you here, carried on a breath of air from the south. Something enormous and gentle is about to begin, or is still continuing, or has always been this way, and the difference between beginning and continuing has dissolved. Somewhere in the 10,000th repetition, the way all distinctions dissolve when you stay with something long enough to understand that it was never really two things at all. But before the ritual itself, there is a place the traveler must reach, a place of gathering, a place of waiting. The road turns east, following the line where the water smell is strongest, where the warm breath of the ganshui lifts off the reeds and moves slowly through the air. The ground here is soft. The grass grows in long, even rows as if it has been combed by something patient and very large. Ahead, there's a shape against the sky that does not belong to the horizon. It rises above it, past it, into a height that the eye keeps reaching for and never quite touching. The great tree of the east, the one the old texts name when they name the place where the sky begins. Fusang, whose roots drink from the same water that flows through this whole shining country, whose trunk would take 10 men with arms outstretched to encircle, whose canopy spreads so wide that the light beneath it is its own kind of weather. The text that records this place says only a little, in the way that old texts sometimes say only a little about the things that matter most. It notes the tree, it notes its position east of east, where the sun rises from the water into the first moments of the sky. It notes that this is the place where the suns wait. They wait here, one by one, in the branches of this tree. The traveler stops walking and looks up. There is a quality of stillness in this canopy that is different from the stillness of the pool, different from the stillness of the open country to the west. The pool's stillness is deep, pointing downward, heavy with what it holds. The stillness here is a held breath, the stillness of something about to move, but not yet, not quite yet, resting on the edge of motion the way a bird rests on the edge of a branch before flight. Everything here is poised. Everything here has already understood what it is about to do. The bark of the tree is smooth in some places and deeply grooved in others, as if the tree has been recording something along its surface for a very long time. The roots break the earth in slow, wide curves, and the soil between them is dark and faintly warm. Small pools collect in the hollows where the roots dip and rise. The water in these pools is sweet. It tastes, if you were to cup it in your hands, of the same water that flows through the whole country. The same unmistakable warmth, the same quality of having been chosen for something important. The branches of Fusang spread in tiers, each one broader and more horizontal than the last, as if the tree has arranged itself specifically for the purpose of holding things, for the purpose of holding light and giving it a place to rest between one crossing and the next. The suns rest here, each one settled into the crook of a branch, into the broad, steady platform of a limb that does not sway. The tree is large enough and patient enough, and the branches are distributed in such a way that each sun has a place, its own place, the one it returns to, the one it knows. There is an orderliness to this that is easy to miss if you are only looking upward at the canopy's general vastness. But if you stand still for long enough and let your eyes soften and adjust, you begin to see it. The way the light is distributed through the leaves, not evenly, not randomly, but in a pattern. Each branch holds its portion, each portion waits. The traveler sits at the base of the tree, back against one of the great roots, and looks up into the green-gold depth of the canopy. Above, somewhere in the upper branches, there is the faintest sound, not wind, something softer than wind, a warmth of sound, the way the air sounds just before the day becomes fully bright. It is the sound of something resting, something enormous and warm, resting quietly in the arms of a tree that was made or grew or simply became exactly large enough to hold it. You can feel the weight of the air here. It presses gently, the way warm air does in a room where something has just been set down. Your own shoulders have settled. The base of the tree is wide enough that your whole back rests against it. The root beneath you is smooth from long contact with this earth. You are not uncomfortable. You are, in fact, exactly as still as the place itself. This is the gathering place. The staging ground, as the old texts call it, in their careful geographic way. The place that comes before the crossing. Each morning one sun descends from its branch in Fusang and makes the long journey across the sky. The others remain. They have their own turns, their own days, their own particular crossing, but for now they wait. The waiting is not restless. There is no impatience in these branches. The suns have been doing this long enough that the order is not a constraint, but a rhythm. The way breathing is a rhythm, in and out, day and day, each one arriving in its turn and making way for the next. The crossing itself is enormous, the full arc of the sky from east to west, the light of the world carried by one child at a time, from the moment of rising to the moment of setting. It is a long day's work, and at the end of it the sun does not simply disappear into the western dark. It completes its arc, it moves through whatever passes between setting and returning, and it comes back here. Back to Fusang, back to the branch it knows. And before it can rest, before it can settle back into the familiar crook of that high branch, it must be washed. It goes first to the pool. It goes to Xīhé. It goes to the water. But here in this place, the bathing is still ahead. Here in the morning light that filters through the canopy of Fusang, the suns that are waiting have already been bathed. The ones still resting in the upper branches carry the particular cleanliness of having been tended. They are not bright in a way that hurts the eye. They are bright the way a warm room is bright, the way a lantern is bright behind silk, softened, cared for. The traveler's eyes move slowly through the branches, not trying to count, just noticing. This is the tree that holds the light of the world between its crossings. This is the tree where the world's supply of days is stored, not anxiously, not carefully in the way that suggests fear of running out, but the way a household stores what it knows will always be replenished. The wood is smooth, the leaves are large, and turn slowly in whatever air moves through this part of the outer wilderness. Each one catches the light and gives it back transformed, softer, broken into smaller pieces, easier to rest in. The tree is old in a way that has no number attached to it. Old the way the river is old, the way the water in the pool is old. Old not as a count of years, but as a quality of presence. The sense that this thing has been here long enough that it is simply part of what here means. And yet there is nothing heavy about it. The old trees that humans plant and tend and mark with memory sometimes carry a weight, the weight of what happened beneath them, the weight of the years counted against them. Fusang carries none of that. It is enormous without being heavy. It is old without being tired. It is, in the most complete sense of the phrase, simply here, simply doing what it does, holding what it holds, waiting with what waits. A warmth settles through your back, from the root against your spine. The ground beneath you is steady and gives just a little, the way good ground does. The sound from the upper branches is slower now, where you have been listening to it long enough that it no longer registers as sound at all, only as a quality of the air, a kind of warmth in the frequency of things. The gathering place, the place of orderly waiting, where something restful in a world that has its order, not a rigid order, not the order that demands and constrains, but the order that has been arrived at through long practice, through 10,000 mornings of the same return, the same ascent, the same waiting in the same branch in the same canopy of the same tree that has always been here. The sons wait in Fusang, and Fusang waits with them. The traveler does not rush. There is nothing here that asks for rushing. The light in the canopy shifts in long, slow movements, the kind that happen when something very large moves very slowly far above. The leaves turn. The pools and the hollows between roots catch the changing light and give it back as ripples so small they are barely motion at all. Further east, the sky begins. The horizon here is not like the horizons in the west, where the mountains give it shape, where there is always another feature waiting to be catalogued. Here the horizon is simply open, the edge of sky meeting the edge of sea, and below it somewhere in the Sweetwater country, the pool that does the most important work in the world. The road continues east, slowly. The way the light moves in this canopy, not arriving, not departing, just present, just resting in the space between the branches of the tree that has always been here, holding the light of the world until the light is ready to cross. The pool is very still in the early hour before a sun is lifted. Nothing breaks the surface. The sweet water holds its own depth without effort, the way sleep holds a person who has finally let go, not by force, but by presence, by the simple weight of itself. Xīhé comes to the edge without sound. Her footsteps on the soft ground beside the pool leave marks that fill slowly with water, the way everything here returns to water, returns to the sweet and gentle source of itself. She has come this way before. She will come this way again. The path she walks is worn not by urgency, but by repetition, by the 10,000 mornings, the 10,000 small approaches to the edge of the pool where the work begins. She reaches the water. For a moment she only stands. The pool spreads before her, warm and faintly luminous in the way it always is before a sun enters it, as though the water remembers what it is about to hold, as though it is already making room. The first motion is a lifting. There are no sudden gestures here. No disturbance in the atmosphere above the pool. When Xīhé reaches for a sun, for this child, this particular light, this brightness that has been resting in the great tree through the long hours of the night, she reaches the way you might reach for something sleeping in your arms, slowly, with the full attention of every part of the body, so that nothing startles, nothing shifts before it is ready to shift. The sun comes into her hands with a warmth that is already familiar. It is not the fierce warmth of the sun at noon, burning high in its arc across the sky. In the morning, in the hour before the crossing, the sun's warmth is softer than that. It is the warmth of something newly woken, something not yet fully itself, still carrying the texture of rest in its light. Held close against the body, it glows in the way a smooth stone glows when it has been lying in a warm place, steadily, quietly, without insisting on itself. She carries it to the edge of the pool. Your own breathing, in this moment, has probably grown slower without your noticing. The air in the room around you is the same temperature it has always been, soft, still, holding you the way the pool holds its own depth. You may feel the weight of your body more clearly now, the places where you rest against the surface beneath you. Let that weight settle a little more. The water receives the sun with no resistance. This is the quality of the Ganyuan, the sweet abyss that no other water in the world possesses. It does not require anything of what enters it. It does not push back, does not close around with pressure, does not insist on its own substance. It simply opens, and then it holds. The sun rests in the sweet water with the ease of something that has been here before, because it has been here before, because this is where it was prepared for every crossing it has ever made. Xīhé begins the washing. The motion is circular, not large circles, the kind that disturb, that send water moving outward in wide rings. Small ones, the kind that rearrange only the surface nearest to the sun, the kind that exist just at the edge of stillness. She moves her hands through the sweet water with a steadiness that comes only from having done this more times than can be counted, and the count no longer matters, and the motion itself has become the meaning. The light of the sun entering the water changes, not diminishes. That would not be accurate. What happens is more like the way a room changes when a lamp is set behind frosted glass. The light is all still present, all still itself, but it becomes softer around its own edges. It stops being sharp. It rests in the water the way mist rests on a still lake in the hour before sunrise, present everywhere at once, not gathered anywhere in particular, filling the space available to it without claiming any part of that space as its own. This is the washing of light, not the removal of something from it, the returning of it to its own nature before the long crossing begins. The sun that rises into the sky each morning does so having been held in this water, having been brought back to its quieter self, the self that remembers the pool and the warmth and the hands of the mother who has always known exactly how to hold it. There is a name in the old text for what happens here. The text says, Shīhé Fang Ryu is in the process of bathing, is washing, is doing this now, not once, not as a completed act, but as an ongoing one. The word fang suggests a thing in motion, a thing continuous, a thing that exists in the middle of itself. The bathing is always happening. The sun is always being prepared. Somewhere, in the part of the world where the sweet water runs, a mother is lifting a brightness into warm water and moving her hands in small circles, and this has been true every morning since mornings began. There is no hurrying here. The pool knows nothing of schedules, of the long catalogue of mornings that must follow, of the 10 crossings that must be completed before the day can close. What the pool knows is this sun, this water, this motion. That is enough. That is, in fact, everything. When the washing is complete, Shīhé lifts the sun from the water. It comes out changed, in the way that everything comes out of water changed, not in its nature, but in its quality. The way a stone taken from a river is the same stone it was before, but smooth now, finished, the rough parts worn away by the patience of moving water, until only the essential shape remains. The sun lifted from the Ganyuan is the same sun that entered it, but quieter, ready, still carrying its warmth without broadcasting it. The drying is a gentler motion than the washing, if washing is a return, the removal of the crossing's residue, the restoration of the sun's softer nature, then drying is a preparation. Shīhé turns the sun slowly in her hands, and the water that clings to its surface falls back into the pool in drops so small they are barely audible. barely distinguishable from the sound of the air itself. Each drop returning home, each bit of the sweet water finding its way back to the depth from which it came. The sun's light steadies as it dries. In the water, light disperses, moves outward through the depth, fills the available darkness with its warmth, loses its edges. In the air, held in the hands that know how to hold it, the light gathers back to itself, becomes coherent, becomes again the sun, the thing that can be sent across the sky, the thing that can illumine a world for the length of a day, the thing that 10,000 mornings of preparation have made ready. She sets the sun down gently, not at the edge of the pool, not in the great tree. That is where it rests in the night, before this in the long hours of gathering itself after the crossing. After the bath, after the drying, she sets the sun somewhere very close to her, in a warmth that is continuous with her own warmth, and it is here that the quieting completes itself. The quieting is not a silencing. It would be wrong to say the sun grows dim. It does not. What changes is the quality of its brightness. The light that has been scattered by water and then gathered again by slow hands in open air becomes in the final stage something less urgent than light and more like warmth. You might not see it as easily. You might feel it instead. The way a fire banked for the night is still warm, still generous with its heat, but no longer insisting on your attention. The sun, quieted, rests, and you, resting in the dark behind your closed eyes, might sense something of this. The light that has done its crossing and is being prepared for tomorrow's, without your needing to understand what tomorrow means. Your body has been doing its own form of quieting throughout this long and gentle hour. The weight of it is familiar by now. The surface beneath you holds it without effort. The way the pool holds its own depth. The way the sweet water receives without resistance. Shīhé will do this again. This exact motion, the approach, the lifting, the washing in the small circles, the drying, the quieting. She will do it 9 more times before the work of this morning is complete. Each sun in turn, each brightness held in the same hands, washed in the same water, returned to its own softer nature before the crossing. The work does not change. The work does not need to change. Its very sameness is the thing that holds the world together, the repetition that is not mechanical, but devotional. The 10,000 mornings that are all one morning, all one motion, all one mother at the edge of the pool, doing what has always been done. 10 crossings follow, 10 returns, and then the night, and then the great tree, and then the long quiet hours in the dark above the sweet water country. And then the approach again, the soft footsteps on the familiar ground, the pool still and faintly luminous, the water that has been waiting, patient as stone, patient as the mountains that will stand long after anyone has found a reason to name them. The ritual does not end. It rests. It gathers itself in the dark. And when the dark has been sufficient, it begins again unhurried. The same hands moving in the same water, the same warmth answering the same warmth, the same child made ready for the same crossing it has made every morning since the world was young enough to need a sun to cross it. And yet the ritual you have been watching is only half of what moves through the cosmos on any given night. There is another pool. There is another mother. Further to the west, in a country the old texts place at the outer edge of the great wilderness, Da Huang, there is a woman named Changxi whose work runs parallel to Shīhé's the way a river runs parallel to the river beside it. Close enough to hear, never quite meeting, The entry is brief, as these entries often are. The text records in the straightforward manner of a surveyor completing a census that Shānhǎijīng is the wife of Emperor Jùn and the mother of 12 moons, and that she bathes them. The word used is the same word. The act is the same act. Only the light is different. Where Xīhé's children carry the warm gold of noon across the sky, Shānhǎijīng's children carry the silver of something older and cooler. A light that does not demand wakefulness, a light you can look at directly without turning away. You feel the difference in the air as the thought of her world settles around you. The warmth is still here, but there is something in it now that softens toward cool at the edges, the way the air changes after the sun has gone down, but before the full dark arrives. That particular threshold, that particular gentleness. The pool where Shānhǎijīng works is called the Huáinánzǐ, the moon abyss. The texts do not describe it at length. What survives is the structure, the pool, the mother, the children, the bath. But the silence around that structure invites something in, the way an unlit room invites the dark to settle into it and make itself at home. The moon abyss, if you were to approach it in the mind's quiet, would feel different from the sweet abyss, where Xīhé's labors. Both are deep, both are still, but where the sweet abyss holds warmth, a warmth that remembers the first light it ever touched. The moon abyss holds a coolness that is not cold. It is the coolness of deep shade on a summer afternoon, the coolness of a stone floor in a room where the windows face north. The kind of cool that feels like rest. Shānhǎijīng's 12 children each carry a phase, not 12 separate lights fixed at the same brightness, but 12 expressions of the same light moving through its range, from the barely there sliver of the new moon to the full and heavy roundness of the moon at its largest, when it sits so low in the sky that you feel you could reach it if you simply walked toward it long enough. 12 phases, 12 children, each one different in the way children are different, even when they share the same parents, the same house, the same water. Your breath slows. The darkness behind your eyelids is not empty. It is the particular dark that holds silver light just beyond it, just past the thin boundary of sleep. Shānhǎijīng has been doing this as long as Xīhé has. Their routines began on the same morning, or perhaps there was no morning then, perhaps only the first arrangement of light and dark settling into the pattern it would keep forever. And the two mothers, neither of them having asked for the task, each found herself with a pool and a child and a knowledge of what needed to be done. Over time, over the long, uncountable time of a world that has not yet learned to measure itself, they must have come to know the shape of the other's work, the way neighboring farmers know the rhythm of each other's seasons. Not from conversation, from the simple fact of existing in adjacent routines. Xīhé bathes in warmth and sends her children east. Shānhǎijīng bathes in that cooler water and sends hers into the night sky. Not all 12 at once, but one at a time as the month unfolds, each moon taking its turn above the world. The texts don't say whether the mothers have ever spoken. The geography of the outer wilderness is vast enough that two women could spend the whole of time working at the same task in adjacent countries without ever standing in the same place. And perhaps that is not loneliness. Perhaps that is simply the nature of the work. You know that quality, the long task carried out in its own quiet, needing no witness, no commentary, only the patient returning to it each time it begins again. There is a word sometimes used for the way Shānhǎijīng's light moves through the month. The word for the moon's changing is the same word used for the changing of a face. Not that the moon is a face, but that the way it changes feels personal, familiar, as though you've known it long enough to read its moods. The new moon is a child turned away, showing only the edge of itself. The crescent is a child half-turned, curious. The half-moon is a child at rest, showing what it has without ceremony. And the full moon is a child looking directly at you, open, complete, its whole self available to the dark around it. Shānhǎijīng has watched all 12 of these faces since before the world had people in it to notice the light. The thought of her is different from the thought of Xīhé, though they belong to the same household, the same emperor, the same vast domestic arrangement that keeps the sky in motion. Where Xīhé's work has the quality of morning, purposeful, warm, moving toward the crossing, Shānhǎijīng's work has the quality of evening, of things settling, of the house growing quiet, of a light left on somewhere, not because anyone needs to see, but because complete darkness has its own kind of weight, and a little light makes the dark bearable. The weight of your body against the ground is steady now. There is nothing that needs adjusting. The silver light that Shānhǎijīng's children carry, the light that reaches you on clear nights, soft enough to cast faint shadows, soft enough to let you sleep beneath it without disturbance. That light is the result of the same work, the same pool, the same hands moving through the same water. It occurs to you that the universe's bedtime routine is not a single mother's task. It is a household. It is 2 women in 2 countries on either side of the known world, both of them doing what needs to be done, both of them tending their children without fanfare, without the kind of attention that daylight demands and nightlight does not. The texts record them both in the same matter-of-fact register. Here is a pool, here is a woman, here are her children, here is the work. As though it would be stranger to leave it out than to include it. As though the bathing of suns and moons is simply something that happens, like the rain, like the river finding the sea, like the moss growing on the north face of the stone. The mountains you have been walking through do not distinguish between the light that Xīhé's children carry and the light that Shānhǎijīng's children carry. Both kinds of light touch the same stone. Both make shadows in the same valleys. The mountains are simply themselves beneath each, patient and unmoved. And somewhere in the vast country of the outer wilderness, both pools are full and waiting. Xīhé is here, at the sweet abyss, where you've been resting all this while. And Shānhǎijīng is there, at the moon abyss, in the cool quiet of her country, moving through the same motions at her own pace, in her own light. The household of the sky is larger than any one room. You don't need to visit Shānhǎijīng's country tonight. It is enough to know it is there. It is enough to feel the way its cooler air touches the edge of this one, the way the warmth of the sweet abyss and the deep shade coolness of the moon abyss exist on either side of the night, holding it between them the way cupped hands hold water. The sound of water here is very soft. You have been hearing it for a long time now, so long that it has become indistinguishable from silence itself. The way familiar sounds stop being noticed and simply become the texture of the air. Both mothers work in that sound. Both pools make the same low movement at their edges. Both sets of children have been lifted and lowered and made ready and sent out, and lifted again and lowered again for longer than the word lawn has been in use. The last of Xīhé's 10 has been bathed tonight. Somewhere across the outer wilderness, Shānhǎijīng is still moving through hers, the month not yet complete, several of her 12 still waiting their turn, still resting in whatever form the moon takes when it gathers itself between appearances. The two routines do not end on the same night. They are offset, like breathing in and breathing out, not synchronized but complementary, one winding down as the other reaches its midpoint. The sky never entirely still, never entirely in motion, always somewhere between the two. That is the household, that is the arrangement. Two mothers, two pools, two kinds of light, and the enormous night that holds them both, patient and dark, and warm with all that has been washed and returned to rest. The water is still at the edge of the sweet abyss. The reeds along the bank have gone quiet. The light here is very low now, the kind of low that has no source you could name, not the last of the evening, not yet the first of dawn, simply the light that belongs to the deep hours, the hours no one is meant to be awake to witness. There is one sun left. The others have been bathed and returned to their places in the great fusang tree, settled into the branches like warm stones, their light folded close, their brightness turned inward for the night. 9 of them, resting now, and the 10th waits at the edge of the sweet abyss, neither eager nor reluctant, simply present, as it has been present each evening since the beginning of this arrangement. Xīhé moves toward it slowly. Her steps make no sound on the bank. The water beside her holds the same low, sourceless light it has held all through the deep hours, not glowing exactly, more the way warm things have a quality in the dark that cooler things don't. The sweet abyss is still. Its surface barely moves, only the smallest tremor where the reeds lean in at the edge, breathing with the night. She lifts the last sun into the water. There is no ceremony in the motion, no pause, no particular solemnity. It is simply the 10,000th time this has been done, and the motion carries that knowledge in it, the easy certainty of something repeated beyond counting. The sun enters the sweet water, and the water receives it without resistance, closing around it the way sleep closes around a tired thing, gently, without condition. The light shifts, not dimmer exactly, different, the way a room changes when the last lamp is carried in from outside and set on the table. Suddenly everything is warmer, softer, gathered. The light is here now, in the water, held by it rather than moving through air. And the Ganyuan, the sweet abyss, takes it in with the patience it has always had, the patience that belongs to very deep things. Your breathing has slowed. You may not have noticed, but it has. The body knows before the mind does that the work of the day is finishing. Something in the air here, the warmth rising off the water, the smell of green reeds and sweet mineral depths. Something has been telling your body for a while now that it is allowed to set down whatever it's been carrying, and your body has been listening. Xīhé washes the last sun with the same care she brought to the first. There's no difference in her attention, no hurry at the end, no fatigue in the motion. The water moves over the sun's surface, and the surface gives back a little of its brightness to the pool. A warm diffusion, spreading outward in rings so slow they're almost invisible. The Ganyuan holds that light the way it holds all things, without preference, without effort. The shore is very still. The catalogue of this place, the names, the measurements, the careful recordings of the text, all of that has grown quiet now. The facts have done what they were meant to do. They brought you here, to this bank, to this hour. And now they're resting too, like tools set down at the end of a long day. The mountains are still there, Somewhere beyond the edge of the Ganyuan, the outer wilderness continues. The ranges that rise and fall across the far south, the rivers with their old names, the trees that carry their own records in their rings. All of that is still there, but the edges of it have softened. The sharp definitions of geography, the specific distances, the stone-by-stone descriptions, they've become more like suggestions now. A shape on the horizon that might be a mountain, a sound that might be water. The world is still present, but it has become gentle. Shīhé lifts the last sun from the Ganyuan. The water releases it slowly, the way deep water always releases, reluctantly, softly, in trails of warmth that fall back into the pool and rejoin its stillness. The sun comes up into the warm air, and she holds it for a moment, just for a moment, before she carries it toward the tree. She dries it the way she has dried all the others. There are no words in the text for how this is done. There are only the facts of the result. The sun returned to the fusang tree. The sun settled among the branches with its brothers. The sun quiet now, 10 of them, in the leaves and the dark, their brightness held inside themselves like embers that will be needed again, but not yet, not yet. Shīhé stands at the foot of the great tree for a moment in the quiet. The tree is enormous around her, its roots older than almost anything that can be named, its canopy lost somewhere in the dark above. The 10 suns are in it now, all of them resting in whatever way suns rest, and the mother of them stands below, her work complete, the water still on her hands, the warmth of the Ganyuan still carrying through her from the evening's labor. The sweet abyss is empty of its purpose now, for this night. It still holds water, still holds that low, warm light that comes from no particular source, but the suns are done with it for the evening, and it has gone back to simply being what it is, a pool, deep beyond measuring, still beyond description, at the edge of a country that exists just outside the boundary of ordinary time. The reeds breathe, the water is smooth. Somewhere on the far bank the mist has thickened, or perhaps the darkness has simply become more fully itself, more complete, the way darkness gets in the last hours before anything begins again. The outline of the fusang tree is just visible from here, a shape of enormous patience against the sky. The sky is dark, not the dark of something absent, the dark of something full, a completed dark, a dark that has received everything it was going to receive this night, and is now holding all of it in that same quiet way the Ganyuan holds what it holds. No more light to take in, no more sound to absorb, just this. Your body is heavy now in a way that is entirely comfortable, the weight of someone fully at rest, fully supported, needing nothing more than to continue lying still. The air around you is the same temperature as your skin. There's no boundary that requires attention. Shīhé turns from the tree and moves back along the bank. She doesn't hurry. There's no reason to hurry. The night is long and warm, and the sweet abyss will still be here when the darkness lifts and the first sun begins to stir in the branches. Everything is where it should be. Everything has been washed. Her footsteps are the quietest sound on the bank of the Ganyuan, quieter than the reeds, quieter than the water. Barely a sound at all, more than knowledge that someone is moving through a familiar place, at the end of a familiar day, toward the rest that follows familiar work. The sound of someone who has done this so many times that the motion itself has become a kind of rest. The catalogue is not finished. There are still regions to the east, features not yet surveyed, mountains that rise above rivers with no names recorded here. The road continues, the text continues. All of that is true, and none of it requires your attention right now. The last sun is resting. The sweet abyss is still. The traveler at the bank of the Ganyuan has been still for a while now. Has been still without noticing, the way you stop noticing stillness once it has fully arrived. The road to the next station is somewhere in the dark to the east. It will be there when it's needed. The light in this place, that low, warm, sourceless light, has not gone out. It has simply become the darkness itself, the way all light eventually does in the deep hours, not extinguished, but absorbed, folded into the warmth of the night, carried there without effort. The Ganyuan holds it, the reeds hold it, the enormous Fusang tree, with its 10 resting children, holds it in the space between its branches, warming the dark. Xīhé has bathed the last sun. The night is complete now, in the way that only completion can make a night feel not empty, but full all the way to its edges, full with the warmth of what has been done, and the quiet of what will wait until morning. The water moves once, at the edge of the sweet abyss, just once, and then it is still. You've been walking a long time. The road brought you here, east of east, south of south, and it will continue when you are gone. But for now your feet have simply stopped. Not because the path ended. It didn't. It goes on into the dark, into the outer wilderness, into the parts of the map that have no names yet. You stopped because rest arrived. That is all. The ground beside the sweet water is soft. Not soft in the way of a prepared thing, but soft the way ground becomes after years of quiet, pressed gentle by rain and stillness, by the absence of urgency. You are sitting now, or something like sitting. Your weight has found the earth, and the earth has agreed to hold it. The night is full. That word full is the right one. The night presses inward from all sides, warm and close and without a single sharp edge. The warmth doesn't come from any source you could name. It comes from the water, maybe, from the Ganyuan pool deep and still, not 20 steps from where you rest. It comes from the reeds, which breathe slowly in whatever wind this place keeps. It comes from somewhere higher up, from the Fusang tree that rises at the edge of sight. Its great branches quieter now than they have ever been. 10 small fires resting in its arms. Your breath slows to match the breathing of this place. Your hands are open. Your shoulders have settled into a shape they must have been moving toward all day. All this long journey through the southern wilderness, station after station, mountain after mountain, river after sweet river. They've reached that shape now. They don't need to do anything else. Somewhere in the dark, Xīhé moves, not with urgency, with the motion of someone whose work is complete, a slow, unhurried moving through the space beside the pool, the way a mother walks through a house at the end of the day, checking, settling, making sure each thing is as it should be. Her children are sleeping, all 10 of them. The light they carry has gone quiet inside them, folded down, held warm, waiting for tomorrow. She doesn't need to look at you. She knows you're there, in the way that this place knows, without acknowledgement, without needing to acknowledge. You are a traveler who sat down beside the sweet water and let the night come over you. That is a thing that has happened here before. It will happen again. The Ganyuan is still. Its surface holds a darkness that is also somehow luminous. Not bright, not lit, but present in the way of something that remembers light and keeps it gently, the way smooth stone stays warm long after the sun has gone. You could look at that surface for a long time without looking at anything in particular. You might already be doing that. The catalog is complete. The stations have been visited. The sweet water, the sweet abyss, the mother, the children, the great tree, the ritual, the sister of silver moons and her own 12 sleeping lights. Everything that could be written down has been written down. What remains is this: the warmth, the dark, the sound of water so still, it is almost not a sound at all. Just the sense of water, of something near you that moves in its own slow way, that was here before you came, and will be here long after the road carries you home. Your eyes are closed or nearly closed. The distinction has softened. Open or closed, the darkness is the same darkness, warm and close and without any edge you could find if you reached for it. Shīhé walks once more along the bank. Her step is light on the soft ground. She pauses where the water catches whatever small luminescence the night holds, and she looks out across the Ganyuan, that enormous gentle pool, and she is satisfied, not proud, just satisfied, in the way of someone who has done the work they were made to do and done it well, and now simply stands in the quiet of having done it. The road east of east continues. It doesn't need a traveler. The mountains are there without being seen. The rivers run without being followed. The reeds at the edge of the sweet water lean and return, in a wind that has been moving through this country since before the first sun was lifted and washed and set to rest. The dark is full, the warmth holds. There is nothing more the night needs from you.